subscribe and hit the bell button to get notified.
So, unsa ka na, Dol? Kaya daw kami ng karning baboy, yung barbecue natin. Gumawa tayo ng pangtuhog sa barbecue yung ginawa natin sa sa request ni Janet. Panghaponan to mga lods ngayon. So, gagawin natin to kasi hindi kami katulad mga lods ng ibang tao na laging kumakain ng mga ganyang pagkain. So, sa amin first time to namin gawin. So, nagluto kami ng inihaw na bangus, tapos inihaw na pusit, tapos ngayon inihaw na naman na karning baboy. Minarin barbecue ba para at saka time ng barbecue na mga ilat. Tapos tayo may at wala tayo sa bukid. Natin itong mga lods itong kawayan. Buto mo. Ano din ang mga lupo na niya? Yan buto.
Ulog. Wala pa din ako.
Init mga kaiser. Harap yung ni galang pagbasa ng krinan. Saka ito na yung nahanda namin mga lods. Ayan, ito na yung barbecue natin, sausawan, saka may pipino. Pipino natin.
Oh, yummy.
Of laughter at their request, while the figures rush toward a cave. One of them yells to get inside now. At the cave's entrance, one of the hooded figures remarks in shock that the storm came out of nowhere. A knight shows up, so soaked by the rain, shocked that it was sunny just a minute ago. His name is revealed. Jace, 2nd Division Captain of the Weldaria Kingdom Knight Order.
Coming home due to an infection risk. Even his friends turned their back on him for the same reason. Poor Yoshino was in a fix since he had nowhere to go. He headed towards an internet cafe, but the lady regretfully refused to provide him any refuge since high schoolers were not allowed after a 10 p.m. curfew. He even tried his luck in a restaurant and a karaoke bar but was refused entry due to his school attire. He checked his wallet and had only 20,000 yen, so checking into a hotel was out of the question. The poor lad has no choice but to lie down on a park bench under the starry sky. He assures himself that he can survive like that since the weather is moderate. Out of the blue, he notices a shadow of someone walking toward him. To his astonishment, it is none other than his classmate, Hoshikawa Haruka. Since both have their faces covered with masks, only their eyes meet in utter bewilderment. Instantly, they look away, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. She even performs a foolish act of pulling out her phone from her purse and begins to swerve it here and there, placing it in an upward direction. He suspects her mental state after seeing her perform a snake dance in the middle of the deserted night. Quite boldly, she claims that she was trying to catch the Wi-Fi signals. He senses that she is looking in his direction while speaking monotonously. Their eyes meet again all of a sudden, and then, in the spur of a moment, they become aloof. He mumbles something incomprehensible behind his mask, and all her senses become alert as she turns toward him expectantly. Finally, he sits upright and apologizes to her for startling her. She animatedly corrects him, claiming she isn't shocked but just slightly surprised. Next, she pretends to act astounded to recognize Yoshino Kanata from her class and proclaims that she couldn't guess earlier due to the darkness and his half-hidden face behind the mask. He confirms her suspicion, and then a fake chuckle of familiarity follows from Hoshikawa. He is bewildered to see her so exhilarated and wonders whether she has a cheerful nature. Instantly, she realizes her goofiness and normalizes herself by inquiring stoically about his presence at such an hour. He doesn't know how to respond, so he blurts out that he feels like sleeping outside. He explains to a puzzled Hoshikawa that he lives in a dormitory. She cuts him off by claiming that she already knows since earlier she had seen him coming out of the dormitory. Yoshino's ears prick up as he registers that she has actually noticed him. He quickly mentions that he had to move out of the dormitory due to an infected case discovered in it, and now he has nowhere to go. She suggests going to his own family, but he explains that even they didn't take him due to infection risks. He questions her about her sudden presence at such a late hour. She stammers and then explains that she wants to get Wi-Fi signals on her phone. She informs him that without Wi-Fi, they won't be able to attend the upcoming online classes. She plans to fish for the signal that public Wi-Fi can only be used in the surrounding vicinity and not at her home. He advises her that she could easily He mocks her for understand everything. Next, she makes a pussycat face and reveals to him that she knows he is in the computer club. She requests a desire to learn about computers from the isn't dreaming. He can't believe his eyes or ears that a day would come when the most beautiful girl in his class would beg him for help. Mikawa's face lights up seeing him at such a late hour, but she doesn't hear him and pulls him toward her house. Secretly, his heart feels elated, as if he is on a date with her. He is awestruck to discover that she lives in a glamorous as she invites house and fascinating design better understanding. He is startled to see her striking good looks even without the mask, instantly giving her a mental rating in millions. He repeats that the place has an excellent interior and appropriate facilities. On the contrary, she is extremely dissatisfied with the facilities, to his bewilderment. She directs him toward her room so he can have a look at her computer. Feeling jittery at the thought of being alone in her room late at night, he inquires about her parents so he can greet them. He feels a 10,000-volt electric shock when she reveals that she lives all alone in the house. She quickly explains that she lives away from her family. Poor Yoshino becomes breathless from anxiety on learning that the duo is all alone in the house. Hashikawa gets concerned about his condition and skepticism that needs to be checked. Feeling unfit, she blushes and confesses that with an escape. When he mentions he's going to touch it for a bit, she blushes and confesses that she needs to mentally prepare. Now he's confused, wondering why she called him in the first place, but he quickly figures she might have some sensitive content on her screen. So he advises her to touch it first, curious about her level of experience. The shy girl looks puzzled and concerned, so he gracefully steps in, getting dangerously close. She closes her eyes, braces herself, and raises her hands, but he smoothly maneuvers past her and touches the screen instead. Her eyes pop open as he displays the screen settings and enters the apartment's Wi-Fi password. He voices the instructions simultaneously so she can better understand. She screws up her face in sheer embarrassment and even expresses it aloud. He assures her that it's okay if she doesn't know the setup. Little does he know that she is abashed by her own cultured thoughts. Oblivious to her thoughts, he completes the task by opening the web browser and confirming the connection. She is amazed at his speed. He mentions the option to leave. She reminds him that he tries to brush it off by asking for permission to leave. She reminds him that he has nowhere to go. When he declares that he's off to the park again, she clasps his hand firmly and expresses concern that he will become ill. Hesitantly, she blurts out that she lives all alone, has a spare room in her house, and that the night is getting darker. He frantically wonders if she is implying for him to stay at her place, but he can't bring himself to confirm it since he doesn't want to be a nuisance. He apologizes for overstaying, which instantly infuriates her since the doofus is trying to leave as he doesn't want to mess things up. Irritatedly declares that she's pathetic with all machines are her. As she's about to blink in her eyes. Hawa, known as a lousy fibber by her family, recalls how she is always caught lying through her innocent eyes. She has always been self-conscious about that, but today she jumps in glee because Yoshino didn't suspect a thing. She feels grateful and relieved that from now on, she will be living with him and regrets lying to him. It is revealed that she didn't discover him in the park by chance. Earlier, when she heard the student dormitory was shutting down, it clicked that Yoshino-kun also lived there. She wondered whether he had returned home since his well-being mattered the most to her. Then she considered the possibility that he hadn't. Rapidly switching on her laptop like an expert, since she's the class topper, place Yoshino could go at night to fib, because she didn't know how to lure him into her net. To her amazement, assuming for her is out about his gaze, they're to keep tricking him to rely on him more. Earlier, when he almost touched her, her heart jumped out of her chest. Just thinking of that moment, she feels ruffled. Composing herself, she resolves to overcome the grinding challenge of getting closer to him. With limited time until the state of emergency is lifted, she aims to spend as much time as possible together in confinement. Determined to create situations where Yoshino has no choice but to accept her advances, she plans to stay subtle, avoiding being too assertive. Blaming everything on Yoshino, Kama wonders if she could find Hashikawa peacefully cuddled to him. He screams in alarm, abruptly awakening her. As she rubs her eyes and yawns drowsily, she looks confused about the whole ruckus. Seeing her, he agitatedly demands an explanation for her sudden presence on his bed. She calmly points out that she is in her own room. It dawns on Yoshino that, due to an emergency, he has ended up dwelling in the house of the most beautiful girl in his class, and announces that she will be waiting for him at breakfast. As she leaves, he tries to recover from last night, then puzzled to find men slightly shocking for him since startled at his sudden presence on sale. As she expertly cracks up the eggs in the bowl, he notices her amazing cooking skill. He is worried away. She sweats thoughtfully and feels situation face as suspend the awkward and explain, but she rises closer to her unconscious and looks away in a bash. Later, him enjoy to her offers to pay for the brand. His blunt urgency. He is the first person to make explains that till yesterday luxurious life. For this reason, she can ask him for any favor she wants. Deep down, the cultured lady wants him to screw her bad. Operates that later they can always cook their meals together. Amazement. He proudly offers to win hard. It's to give him the. He looks at her wide-eyed and that is so much that he has situation has become so practices. Sincerely. Hashikawa does she can use her how to use jittery. Something is on his face. For an amateur act. Come noise. She observes his be looking for a place to treat her as a points in his class. She is also human, so it is. She beams at him for being. The school, he also ignores her lies and is positive his hands until the hot questions him about the things starting to her academic Hashikawa the teacher him with such a that feels a fresh wave of admiration for him, assures him violently is quite a day. He thinks about how someone willing to offer that. Presses Phil early. When to end one, she murmurs softly in her sleep, still clearly uncomfortable. He hesitates. He doesn't want to, remembering that her father is a doctor. It seems like a straightforward solution, and the thought of her Beth will go out to find a hot bee, at least, and luckily there is no rain either, so He manages to live outside for 3 days. He thinks humans are surprisingly capable of living in rough conditions. The first night, he cannot find a comfortable position and has a backache afterward. On the second night, he tries lying on the grass, but it is even worse, and so is his back. So, on the third night, he goes back to the trusty bench. The morning of the fourth day comes, and he feels his whole body cracking as if it is going to break because he has strained himself too much. Even opening his eyes feels like torture. The dorms are opening in 3 days, but he tells himself he has to do his best. He thinks he will lie there all day and even wishes the police would find him and take him to jail. He closes his eyes and thinks to himself that it would be great if the police found him and took him away. He feels his body heavy and weak as the sickness he has been carrying all this while weighs on him. He stays still on the bench, his mind drifting, until he suddenly feels someone's presence near him. His eyes open slowly, and he sees a figure standing right in front of him, wearing a mask. A voice comes, telling him that he has been caught, and the sound jolts him fully awake. He looks up, and even with the mask on, he recognizes her immediately. It is Hoshikawa standing there. His heart jumps in shock as he blurts her name out loud. She stands before him and asks why he's there and what he's doing. He stares at her, unable to hide his surprise at seeing her appear before him at that moment. He's confused because she was supposed to be admitted to her family's hospital, according to what Hisaka had told him. However, Hoshikawa explains that she only went for a routine checkup.
All hands, boys.
Instead of being hospital, she stands, stays still on heavy and feels his whole body cracking as if it is going to break. Because he has strained himself too much. Even opening his eyes feels like torture. The dorms are opening in 3 days, but he tells himself he has to do his best. He thinks he will lie there all day and even wishes the police would find him and take him to jail. He closes his eyes and thinks to himself that it would be great if the police found him and took him away. He feels his body heavy and weak as the sickness he has been carrying all this while weighs on him. He stays still on the bench, his mind drifting, until he suddenly feels someone's presence near him. His eyes open slowly, and he sees a figure standing right in front of him, wearing a mask. A voice comes, telling him that he has been caught, and the sound jolts him fully awake. He looks up, and even with the mask on, he recognizes her immediately. It is Hoshikawa standing there. His heart jumps in shock as he blurts her name out loud. She stands before him and asks why he's there and what he's doing. He stares at her, unable to hide his surprise at seeing her appear before him at that moment. He's confused because she was supposed to be admitted to her family's hospital, according to what Hisaka had told him. However, Hoshikawa explains that she only went for a routine checkup, instead of being hospitalized. The message Yoshino received from Hisaka had clearly stated that she was admitted, but it turns out Hisaka exaggerated the situation, as she often does. Hoshikawa mentions that she didn't really face any major problems. The hospital had some empty beds, so her father arranged a full-body examination just to be safe. It wasn't a serious case at all. Her father was simply being overly cautious. The test results confirmed that she didn't have the virus. Instead, she had a minor bacterial infection caused by something naturally present in the body. Since she hadn't been going outside much lately, her immune system had weakened, which likely led to the infection. She also explains that people who share space with an infected person but show no symptoms don't need to worry. Her words reassure Yoshino, who has been anxious since she got sick. Hoshikawa is now completely recovered and says she's fine. She reflects that if she had stayed in that weakened state for longer, her condition could have worsened, but now she feels relieved and healthy again. Hoshikawa explains that thanks to Yoshino and Hisaka's intervention, she was able to start antibiotics, and now she feels healthy again. She expresses her gratitude for everything. Yoshino listens silently, taking in Hisaka's intervention. She was able to start antibiotics, and now she feels healthy again. She expresses her gratitude for everything. Yoshino listens silently, taking in her words while feeling mesmerized by her presence. The relief of finally hearing good news mixes with his exhaustion, and he feels his sore muscles slowly giving out. As he sits there, Hoshikawa moves closer to him, closing the distance between them. Her presence feels overwhelming and intimate, and he grows confused at how near she stands. Without hesitation, she wraps her arms around him and holds him tightly, demonstrating how close she wants to be. He freezes in shock at the unexpected embrace. She confesses that she was worried when she found him barely conscious on the bench, and says the scene reminded her of the night he first found her. She grips him even more firmly, and he thinks to himself how he underestimated the toll of living outside, realizing he doesn't want to trouble her any further. Yoshino still feels that even this closeness isn't enough to convey her emotions, but she stays near him anyway. Then she takes his hand firmly, pulling him up with her and telling him she came to take him back. Yoshino begins to mention that even if he were to return, Hisaka, but Hoshikawa cuts him off, saying she's already gone. The thought hits him, she left far too quickly, leaving the situation unresolved. Yoshino assumes that Hisaka must have left quickly because she tends to comply with whatever Hoshikawa says. On the way back, Hoshikawa teases him again, enjoying his reactions as she always does.
You step alone into the unknown dungeon. At first, you can't even break through the heavy gate, so you change your strategy, dodging deadly traps and exploring hidden paths until you discover a stash of rare materials and powerful gear. Fully equipped, your strength surges to a new level. You return to the gate, one powerful strike, and it shatters open. Charging into the depths, waves of monsters swarm towards you. Now it's time to unleash your ultimate whirlwind skill. Blades and energy sweep across.
When they finally arrive at her apartment, Yoshino feels both disbelief and relief. He is happy to be free of the dirt and exhaustion of living outside, and being back in Hoshikawa's flat makes him feel unexpectedly calm and rejuvenated. Even though he only stayed there for less than a month before, it feels strangely comforting now. As they settle in, Yoshino still keeps his mask on, explaining to himself that after living outside for 3 days he might have been exposed to the virus and wants to avoid causing trouble. He tells himself he is only imposing until the dorms reopen and is determined not to burden her. Hoshikawa, however, doesn't seem bothered and continues to move closer to him, while he tries to remain serious. Both of them realize they are behaving too formally, but Hoshikawa keeps closing the distance between them anyway. Yoshino grows tense, trying to resist her approach. He feels her presence pressing closer and closer and struggles to understand why she is ignoring his request for space, while she seems entirely comfortable treating him as someone much more familiar. Yoshino insists on keeping his mask on, thinking about how it doesn't provide perfect protection but still wanting to do everything possible to keep Hoshikawa safe. He feels it would be unbearable if she caught something from him after all she has already been through. Hoshikawa, however, grows impatient with his seriousness. She leans in to kiss him with both of their masks still on, leaving him stunned and speechless. She blushes as she tells herself that this way she has definitely caught whatever he might have had, if she hadn't already, but will still keep her mask on just in case. Yoshino, overwhelmed, silently vows never to see her in pain like that again, admiring her stubbornness even as it frustrates him. He realizes how much he likes this side of her. He imagines he'll probably be back at the dorms before he can even take off his mask, but he hopes she will take hers off later. Hoshikawa grows frustrated and protests inwardly, thinking that nothing is decided yet, that anything could still happen. She wonders why he would want to go back to his dorm when her home is comfortable and warm, and how empty it will feel without him there. Yoshino thinks to himself how much better it is at her place, but still resolves to leave when the dorms reopen. He knows that if he stays any longer, he won't be able to restrain his own desires anymore. Yoshino's thoughts spiral as he realizes he is scared of himself, that one day he might lose control around Hoshikawa. That kiss confirmed what he has been trying to deny, that he is in love with her. Hoshikawa, feeling lonely at the idea of him leaving, resigns herself to his decision, but her frustration simmers underneath. Her emotions boil over, and she threatens. threatens to expose something deeply humiliating from the past to their classmates if he refuses to stay. After returning to Hoshikawa's house, Yoshino can't stop thinking about the kiss they shared through their masks, and finally admits to himself that he loves her. As he settles back in, he remembers he should let Hisaka know where he is now staying. He messages her and is surprised by how quickly she replies, catching him off guard. Even though he wanted to avoid the conversation at first, he decides to call her and explain. During the call, Hisaka sounds casual but slightly distant. She says she's fine, and that there's nothing to thank her for, as she only did what any friend would do by helping Hoshikawa. Yoshino senses a hint of coldness in her voice, but he still thanks her sincerely. Hisaka softens a little and says she's somewhat grateful to him too, which surprises Yoshino. Then, after a pause, she reveals something that leaves him speechless. She explains that Hoshikawa didn't want to contact her parents because she wanted an excuse to keep living with him. Hisaka adds that she knows Yoshino doesn't have anywhere else to go now. He plans to return to his dorm soon, reacts with her usual more word in her blunt way. Alone praise him. He kept their living at deep is ultimate plain. Up, she threatens him, and then abruptly ends the call without letting him say goodbye. Yoshino sits for a moment later. His phone buzzes again with a message from her, telling him to contact her immediately if anything ever happens. He feels a small sense of relief and gratitude as he silently thanks her. Time passes. Seeing her, the suddenly explained that because infections are he to the activating Yoshino refrigerator, where a young woman all time. Yoshino how living health that will keep him when he opens the restroom door. The sight in front of him makes his tiredness good. Smiles and notes that they often bump into each other here. He apologizes for his time as lose focus because if he does, he knows in the past, scolding himself internally with and panics at the thought that it counts as an indirect. He apologizes for making him wait, and she just messages silence quickly from behind, which shocks him, and he carries them to his paradise field. Green is turning bad at hiding her real lying where she gets distracted when she's in connection. She changes out of her school clothes. Not stop at once should not be a problem, but she refused. The feeling, however, blank summer is almost here, but decides he hears the sound. It must be Hoshikawa. Such a situation, bell rings sharply. Cargo delivery, and as he sees a small sense of beauty in her family must be strong. More herself has been. This must be Hoshikawa's little son. The is exposed. Of still in question, sister continues to threaten him. No desperately tries to reason. Maya rushes forward, tears in her eyes. Her mind of someone else he knows. One Hoshikawa and living with their parents and her friend, and without hesitation, adds that he lives with her. Yoshino nearly chokes in surprise at her bluntness, while Nayu's wide eyes fix on him. She repeats her sister's words slowly, confirming that living together because the dorms closed during Hilshkir and the poor guy must be miserable. Nayuno carries herself on the more center. Yoshino grows frustrated trying to follow. Yoshino understands her. Hoshikawa politely asks. Yoshino thinks about how it might. Hoshikawa says that's fine and Hoshikawa responds in kind. Then she decides to call their mother to let her know Mayu arrived announced and nearly scared her out of her wits, and anyone would want around. Kawa and Yoshino also acknowledge
order. Inside the cave, the knights gather around the light. They say that this place is an uncharted call to look shock for asks if they're from Weldus. The captain steps forward, his sword on his back standing out. The young man in front reacts in shock. The knight introduces himself. He confirms he's Jace, captain of the 2nd Division of Weldaria's Knight Order. Jace speaks to the young man, saying it's an honor. He addresses him as the sword saint Feet. Feet reacts in surprise, joking if they really came all the way out here just to see him. Jace answers seriously. He tells them he'll take them to his place. As they asked, Saint Soul. As they follow him, some of the knights whisper in doubt. They wonder if he's really the sword saint. He looks way younger than them. While the soldiers doubt him, the captain reveals he saw Feet back in the Human-Demon War. He admits he has no idea how Feet still looks exactly the same. Feet shows up with a grin, casually confirming, yeah, that's him. Feet raises his arms with a smile, announcing they've arrived, as the captain watches closely. The knights are stunned, amazed that a place like this exists hidden in the mountains. A monster appears in front of them. The captain gets ready to move, but Feet stops him, calmly telling him to hold it. Feet explains it's a watering hole. He points out that even monsters don't fight here, since water is way too rare. Jace asks the Sword Saint where he sleeps. Feet looks surprised, pausing to think. Feet gives a vague answer, saying he sleeps somewhere around here. The knights watch curiously, while the little creature reacts in surprise. Feet tells them to sit wherever they want. He admits he doesn't have tea, but shows off some white apples he picked earlier. After offering the apples, Feet looks at Jace and asks what exactly they need from him. Jace begins to explain. He says their country runs a school to train the next generation of knights. The scene shifts to the Royal First Knight Academy of Weldaria, the place where young students are trained to become knights. Feet keeps eating casually, questioning the knights. What's a school got to do with him? Jace raises a scroll and speaks firmly. He says the academy, the pride of their kingdom, is in danger, and they need Feet to save it. Feet reacts in surprise, asking about saving it. Jace explains the academy is being strangled by uptight noble elites. The scene shows how the academy is corrupted by nobles. Students are judged by status. Feet smirks, saying society's still a mess, huh?
Hi everyone! I work for this company! I admit I used fake gameplay to trick people before.
Jace adds that at this rate, their military won't grow, it'll just fall apart. Jace finishes, saying they need Feet's strength to change all of this. Feet looks at Jace and asks straight up, what exactly do you want me to do, Academy, and crush those arrogant noble brats' pride? Jace explains that even though Feet is the Sword Saint, on paper he has no status. Feet reacts in shock. Jace goes on, saying if someone like Feet beats those nobles, everything will change. Jace declares that if Feet steps in, the nobles' entire system will collapse. The scene shows a powerful metaphor of it shattering to Pete Quest, while the knights stand by watching quietly. Feet keeps laughing, finding the whole thing hilarious, saying all he really has to do is knock some sense into those nobles. Feet adds that he'll knock sense into whoever steps up to him, their request, and says he'll help. Feet agrees to help, but makes it clear he wants compensation. Jace replies that the king has promised to grant whatever request he makes, no matter what. Feet bites into his apple and agrees to the deal without hesitation. A carriage moves down the road. Inside the carriage, Feet rides along with the knights. They reach the city gates, the carriage rolling through the entrance. Feet gazes out the window, surprised by the lively city. Merchants shouting, bread being sold, kids running around. The streets are full of energy. They finally arrive at Central, the capital of Weldaria. Feet can't hide his awe at the massive city towering before him. Feet is blown away by the city. He's never seen half of this stuff before. Even QE gets hyped, eyes sparkling at all the weird foods around. Feet laughs, asking QE if he's having fun too. The little guy bounces happily, clearly just as excited about the city as his master. Jace eyes the little creature, asking what it is. Feet casually answers, like it's nothing special. Feet introduces his little companion, saying his name is QE. The creature stares forward, almost like he's introducing himself too. QE suddenly jumps onto Jace's lap, catching him off guard. Feet laughs it off, saying the little guy used to hang around the mountain and just followed him here. QE perches right on top of Jace's head, making him uneasy. Feet reassures him that the creature's harmless, though the captain still looks pretty doubtful. Feet smirks at Jace, teasing him to drop the formal talk, since he's basically just a commoner here. Jace looks stiff and clearly uncomfortable at the jab. Jace coughs awkwardly, reluctantly agreeing, clearly still uneasy with Feet's teasing. Feet worries about someone recognizing his face, but Jace reassures him. Hardly anyone in this country knows him, so no student would ever notice. Jace stresses with a serious tone that the Sword Saint's presence here is strictly confidential. Jace warns Feet not to show his face too much. Feet casually agrees, getting the point without fuss. On the throne, King Andrew Seville of Weldaria greets Feet with respect, thanking the Sword Saint for coming all the way here. Feet meets the King of Weldaria face to face for the first time. The king apologizes for not visiting, saying he didn't want to risk the journey. Feet brushes it off casually, telling him it's no big deal. Feet bluntly points out that the mountain would have eaten the king alive if he had gone there himself. The king takes the jab in stride, simply thanking him for understanding. Feet teases that the guy's way too stiff and should loosen up a bit. The reaction is instant. Someone snaps back in outrage. Royal Knight Clifford Lightning snaps, shouting at Feet to watch his mouth, when speaking to the king, Sword Saint or not. Clifford lashes out, refusing to be lectured by a lowborn knight. The king cuts him off, ordering silence and reminding everyone that Feet is their guest. The knights voice their doubts. Even if he's the Sword Saint, Feet is still just a commoner. They question how the nation's future could be trusted to someone like him. The argument heats up. One side points out that Feet ended the war 7 years ago. The other snaps confidently, while Jace glares at him. On the verge of snapping. Before things escalate, the king steps in with authority, shutting them both down with a sharp command. The king apologizes for his knight's shameful behavior, while the Sword Saint shrugs it off, admitting this whole mess is turning out way more annoying than he thought.
I can tell my story in my way with Adobe Creative Cloud.
The king, clearly embarrassed, lowers himself and offers a sincere apology. The king reveals that the kingdom of Iviltrid, the demon nation, has been acting suspiciously. Before gathering powerful wood out, and the shadow of another bloody comes out, they won't stand a chance against the demons. The king makes it clear. If nobles and commoners don't unite, they're doomed. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually calls out the arrogant knight by name, Cliff, just to push his buttons. The protagonist stares Cliff down, calling him out. "You don't believe I can change this country, do you?" Cliff loses it, shouting back that of course he doesn't. Cliff yells with rage, declaring that bloodlines rule this land. Even if the Sword Saint's legend is real, he shouts that he'd never trust their nation's future to someone like him. The protagonist mocks Cliff, pointing out that guys like him are the reason the king wants to shake things up. Cliff loses it, pulls out his sword, and yells in rage, furious at being insulted. With a smug glare, Cliff challenges the legendary swordsman. He orders the protagonist to draw his blade, swearing he'll prove this Sword Saint is nothing but a relic of the past. The protagonist smirks, unfazed by Cliff's challenge. He accepts without hesitation, seeing the fight as simply the fastest way to settle things. The protagonist waves off the sword, making it clear he doesn't need it to deal with Cliff. The protagonist grins confidently and declares he doesn't use swords anymore. Everyone's confused, but the protagonist just tells them to chill and watch. Cliff freaks out, shocked that the protagonist's actually gonna fight him barehanded. Cliff snaps, charging with his sword in rage, yelling if the Sword Saint is mocking him. Cliff charges in screaming, swinging to kill. But the protagonist just smirks, saying he's got talent. Too bad it's completely wasted on pride. The knights watching admit Cliff's swordsmanship is no joke. There's a reason he made it into the Royal Guard. Even with all his skill and reputation, Cliff realizes something's off. He's shocked, sweat running down his face. Cliff swings with everything he's got, but the protagonist shocks everyone. He just stops the blade with his bare hand. The protagonist looks Cliff dead in the eye and says it straight. When your cause is twisted, even your blade loses its edge. The protagonist blocks Cliff with ease and tells him flat out he's wasting his talent. Cliff freezes, realizing he can't even move. The protagonist smirks, points forward, and says he'll show just one move, the legendary Sword Saint's technique. Cliff laughs in disbelief, mocking the protagonist. He can't believe anyone would dare face him without a blade, already assuming it's just some kind of cheap trick. The protagonist unleashes his legendary move, an invisible slash with no blade, catching Cliff completely off guard. Cliff is completely stunned, unable to believe what just happened right in front of him. Clifford Lightning can't handle the humiliation. He freaks out, screaming that he was defeated by just a kid, someone he sees as nothing more than a filthy commoner. The protagonist shatters Clifford Lightning's sword with his bare hands, leaving the knight completely stunned. The protagonist casually says, "Told you it'd be fine," while Clifford is left frozen in shock, and everyone else is still trying to process what just happened. Jace yields, and the protagonist just flashes a big grin, celebrating like it was nothing. The king, clearly impressed, admits it. Our protagonist's strength has been proven beyond doubt. The king stares at the protagonist and asks straight up, what is it that he truly wants from them once all this change is done? The king says if it's within his power, he'll grant it. The protagonist laughs, teasing him for being so generous. With a bold grin, the protagonist points his finger and makes his request. He wants the king to lend him someone. The protagonist smirks and spells it out. He wants someone strong, really strong. He makes it simple, doesn't matter if it's a knight or a thug, as long as they're strong. The protagonist makes it clear he wants the strongest person in the entire country. The king listens to the protagonist's request and asks what exactly he plans to demand from that person. The protagonist grins, dropping a bombshell. What he truly wants is for the strongest warrior to kill him. The protagonist arrives at Waldiria's Royal Knight Academy, eyes wide with excitement at how massive the place is. Meanwhile, Jace just stands there quietly, not nearly as impressed. Jace is left stunned, replaying the words in his head. The protagonist actually asked someone to kill him, and Jace can't figure out why he'd say something so insane. The protagonist stares at the statue, wondering if it's all just about the thrill of fighting someone stronger. The protagonist gets excited by the crowd, while Jace wonders if maybe he's just grown tired of life itself, since he's already the strongest. The protagonist's eyes light up, asking if they're allowed to fight, while Jace quickly tries to hold him back, telling him to chill. The protagonist gets assigned. He's officially a first-year student in Class A. They spell it out for the protagonist. His very first objective is about to be set. The protagonist's first mission is set: rise to the very top of the Academy's rankings. The protagonist brushes it off like it's no big deal, and Jace accepts it with a nod. Whispers spread, commoners barely stand a chance, surprising his ally. With a sharp look, he makes it clear he's no clueless kid like people assume. The protagonist shrugs it off and says he'll take care of it. Before the protagonist walks off, Jace stops him, reminding him his guide should be here any minute. The protagonist's mysterious figure shows up. It's good to see that person again after all this time. At the academy, the protagonist is introduced to Lady Arya Redtail, the headmistress. She's already been told about his situation and agrees to support him. With a smile, Arya welcomes him, saying it's an honor to finally meet the Sword Saint. The protagonist smirks at Arya, confidently pointing out that he can tell she's strong. Arya smiles gracefully, saying it's an honor to be praised by the Sword Saint himself. Jace points out that Arya should be strong. She used to lead the first division of the Night Order. Back in the Human-Demon War, Arya earned the nickname 100 Blossoms after cutting down 100 elite warriors all by herself. The protagonist figured Arya was strong all along. The protagonist realizes Arya used to be Jace's boss, but she makes it clear former boss. Jace explains he left the Academy matters to Lady Arya, telling the protagonist to just follow her lead. The protagonist gets annoyed, feeling like he's being treated as a kid. Jace leaves things to Lady Arya, and she agrees. Lady Arya says she won't call him Sword Saint anymore. She'll call him Feet from now on. Lady Arya takes the protagonist to his new classroom, first year, Class A. He agrees, no problem. Before moving on, Lady Arya remembers something and stops the protagonist. Lady Arya welcomes the protagonist, officially introducing him to the Royal First Knight Academy. Lady Arya smiles warmly as she officially approves Feat's transfer into the academy. The protagonist steps into the academy's massive hallway, stunned by how huge it is. Lady Arya explains it needs to be this big to house hundreds of aspiring knights. The Royal First Knight Academy is a 3-year program built to train the strongest. With over 300 students, it's the biggest swordsmanship school in the kingdom. The protagonist already feels like he's going to get lost in the account days kidding, while the protagonist is in bones. Our student once vanished and was found days later, nothing but skin and bones. Arya laughs it off, saying she was just kidding, while the protagonist is left annoyed by her dark joke. Feat grumbles that it didn't even sound like a real joke, while Arya just keeps laughing to herself. Watching the protagonist run around like a goofy kid, Arya can't help but notice. He really does look just like an ordinary boy. He might look like just some kid, but the protagonist unleashes a refined sword aura that leaves everyone stunned. Watching him walk, it feels like he's not just some kid. He's got the presence of a sage who's trained for thousands of years. Out of nowhere, a massive surge of power erupts, so overwhelming it's hard to believe it's coming from just one person. The protagonist stares Arya down, calm and confident, asking if she's done analyzing him, like he's not even fazed by her overwhelming aura. Arya realizes she pushed too hard, and with a small smile apologizes, acknowledging she went overboard with her pressure. Arya admits she just wanted to test the Sword Saint's strength. Feat shrugs it off with a casual response. Feat smirks at Arya, full of confidence, and says he'd like to spar with her someday. Arya is stunned, realizing she couldn't even draw her sword under Feat's overwhelming presence. Arya calls out Feat's name, while he looks around confused, not sure what's going on. Arya points the way to Class A, and Feat gets annoyed, saying she could have just said that earlier. Right before class starts, Arya steps in and asks
Hermod's crossroads might be saved. Beowulf will return soon and eliminate the nearby enemies.
everyone to give her a moment. Arya steps aside and tells the protagonist to come into the classroom. Arya tells the class that starting today, the protagonist will be their new classmate. The protagonist introduces himself with a big grin, saying his name is Feat, and cheerfully greets the whole class. After Feat's loud introduction, the whole class goes dead silent. Everyone just stares, the atmosphere turning heavy and awkward. The students start whispering, questioning who Feat is. They notice he's got no family name, and quickly assume he's just a commoner. Rebecca Lightning, a first year in Class A, angrily confronts the headmistress, insisting the class is for nobles only. But Arya shuts her down, stating there's no such rule. The headmistress clarifies, Class A is decided by academic performance.
All hands, hoist the cup.
The reason most are nobles? Pure coincidence. Despite the explanation, the noble girl snaps, furious, claiming this situation is completely unacceptable. The noble sneers, questioning if Feat is really on their level. But he fires back, saying he's not just on par. Feat just smirks and brags, claiming he's probably stronger than anyone in the room. I mean, come on, he's talking about himself. The whole class is stunned at anyone in the room. I mean, Feet just smirks and brags, claiming he's probably stronger than anyone in the room. I mean, come on, he's talking about himself. The whole class is stunned as Feet casually flexes his power, leaving everyone in shock. Arya shuts it all down instantly, her voice alone demanding absolute authority. The whole class goes dead silent instantly. Nobody dares to make a sound. The students are pissed, but the headmistress shuts them down, reminding them that drawing weapons without permission breaks academy rules. Still, some fume, refusing to accept just standing by while the protagonist gloats. The headmistress shuts it down, saying that'd be unfair. The headmistress suggests settling things the knight's way, through a duel. Feet realizes all he needs to do is win the fight, and he's totally down for it. The headmistress steps in to reveal who's gonna challenge Feet. The headmistress calls out Rebecca as the challenger and asks if she accepts. Rebecca accepts without hesitation, vowing to make sure the protagonist never sets foot in Class A again. Headmistress Arya settles it. The duel is officially on. Arya sets the time, the duel goes down, and the whole academy focused to the duel. Mistress tells the protagonist to follow her. Walking beside the headmistress, Feet squints and goes, "You planned this, didn't you?" She just laughs, amused at how things escalated so quickly. Feet looks at Arya and asks if she truly supports the king's plan. Without a second thought, she says yes. Arya admits she always hoped to change things with her own hands. Arya admits she doesn't have that kind of strength anymore since she stepped back from the front lines. The protagonist just nods, taking it in. Arya cuts the talk short, telling Feet to forget everything else and focus on the duel ahead. Feet's opponent is revealed, Rebecca Lightning, daughter of the legendary Lightning family, carrying the weight of her family's prestige. Turns out Rebecca is the younger sister of the legendary royal knight, Clifford Lightning. Feet recognizes the name and instantly realizes just how serious his opponent is. Feet realizes Rebecca is Clifford's sister and casually admits he's got some history with the guy. Cliff's strong, but Rebecca's got even greater potential. Rebecca's already ranked 10th in the academy, and she's just a first year. Feet grins, pumped to take on a ranked opponent right from the start. Feet smirks with a wicked grin, thinking luck's totally on his side. Feet steps forward, ready to go, while Arya watches closely, knowing things are about to get real. Feet warms up in the arena, taunting Rebecca to show what she's got. The referee lays it out. The duel ends if one surrenders or gets knocked out. Rebecca notices Feet doesn't even have a sword and calls him out on it. Feet smirks and boldly declares he doesn't even use a sword. Rebecca glares at Feet, thinking he's mocking her. But Feet, calm and cocky, grins and says not exactly. Feet looks straight at Rebecca, ready to speak with full confidence. Rebecca's pissed, but Feet just smirks, saying he doesn't even need a sword to beat her. Rebecca clenches her fist, ready for battle. Feet just grins and says, "All right then, let's begin." The duel kicks off. Rebecca dashes forward at full speed, charging straight at Feet. Rebecca and Feet clash head-on, the impact exploding with raw power, shaking the arena. Rebecca's eyes widen as Feet casually grabs her blade barehanded, smirking as he tells her to chill. Feet grins like a madman, holding the blade tight as he says he wants to take his time and really enjoy the fight. Word spreads fast through the academy halls. Rebecca's about to duel a new transfer student. The shock. He's just a To them, the fight's already decided. Students rush through the halls, desperate not to miss the fight. The academy's buzzing. The streets is actually dueling a noble. The arena's packed. Every student's watching as the duel is about to begin. Rebecca's stunned, the protagonist just grabbed her blade barehanded, like it was nothing. Rebecca pulls back and launches another strike, swinging hard to keep the protagonist on the defensive. Rebecca charges in full force, but the protagonist reacts instantly, leaping high to dodge her strike. The protagonist admits Rebecca's sword speed is top-notch, but calls her out. Her attacks are way too predictable. Enraged by his taunts, Rebecca applies it instantly, that's making it clear she's done holding back. The students realize it instantly. That's the signature power of the Lightning family. Rebecca unleashes her special move, Flash Step, vanishing in a blinding burst of insane speed. Rebecca goes in with her high-speed technique, but the protagonist shocks everyone by reading her move instantly on the very first try. She can't believe it. The protagonist stares Rebecca down and tells her to fight for real. Rebecca's out of breath, stunned, but the protagonist just grins and tells her to reset and go again. The headmistress is shocked. Feet dodged the Lightning family's signature move on the very first try, and even countered right after. One of the students can't hide it. She admits she's impressed by Feet's performance. Rebecca admits no one's ever dodged that strike before, but Feet did it like it was nothing. With a smug grin, he just says he's glad he could help. Rebecca swallows her pride and admits she was wrong. She acknowledges that Feet truly belongs in Class A. Rebecca makes it clear, acknowledging Feet belongs in class, it doesn't mean he's going to win. Feet realizes Rebecca's about to use a serious technique, and he with her full power. Rebecca unleashes her ultimate move, Hammer of the Thunder Emperor, slamming down with overwhelming power after the attack. Rebecca stands with the massive hammer planted on the ground after her strike. The panel explains Batchu, a technique where a swordsman channels hidden power through their blade. Feet points out that Batchu is being controlled in the very first year. Feet watches Rebecca's technique, calling her a prodigy, but noting that turning a sword into a blunt weapon isn't very knightly. Rebecca states that she likes the power it gives her. Feet responds right after. Rebecca raises the hammer and tells Feet to pick up a sword if he doesn't want to get hurt. Feet replies there's no need and tells her to come at him like she's trying to kill him. Rebecca charges forward at full speed with the electrified hammer, rushing straight at Feet. Rebecca unleashes her technique, a thunderous strike crashing down as Feet moves at incredible speed to dodge. Rebecca's strike hits with lightning speed, followed by the crushing shock of thunder, forcing Feet to react instantly against the overwhelming assault. Rebecca's strike proves its range. Even if the main blow is dodged, the lightning spreads across the field, making the technique deadly even at mid-range. Rebecca holds her hammer, as it's noted that a normal swordsman would be paralyzed the moment they touch the lightning. Feet feels the electricity running through his body and remarks on what lightning actually feels like. Rebecca charges forward once more, her hammer crackling with lightning as she aims straight at Feet. Rebecca unleashes a massive technique, a giant thunderbolt crashing down onto the field with devastating power. Feet stomps the ground, lightning crackling around him, then lowers his stance, readying himself to strike back. Rebecca tracks Feet's movement, stating she knew he would jump. Rebecca unleashes her technique, Reiko, once again, a devastating thunderbolt crashing onto the battlefield. The chapter closes with the electric explosion consuming everything. Rebecca is shown breathing heavily after the impact, feeling the effects of her own attack. Feet realizes Rebecca's technique. She's channeling lightning through her own body, using it to boost her speed. Feet remarks that it's no wonder Rebecca is so fast. Feet steps back casually, saying he's seen enough of the fight. Feet gets ready to strike back, saying it's time to return the favor. Rebecca realizes that Feet is moving faster than her. Feet unleashes his technique, Bladeless Slash, striking Rebecca with a powerful blow without even using a sword. Rebecca is stunned as she realizes her hammer of the Thunder Emperor has been broken by Feet's strike. Rebecca realizes her technique was shattered by Feet's bare hands. Feet faces Rebecca up close, telling her she's still got a lot of room to grow. Feet declares that today, the win is his. Feet unleashes his technique, Bladeless Thrust, a devastating strike that tears across the entire field straight toward Rebecca. Feet's strike lands right in front of Rebecca, making it clear who dominated the fight. Feet smiles after ending the duel, confident in his victory. Rebecca raises her hand and admits defeat, surrendering to Feet and confirming his victory. The headmistress declares the duel settled, officially confirming the result. The students watch in silence, stunned by the outcome. The headmistress officially declares that Rebecca has forfeited, confirming Feet's victory in front of the entire academy. The result is announced to everyone. The winner of the duel is Feet. The students are shocked that a commoner actually defeated Rebecca. Meanwhile, Feet celebrates, flashing a carefree victory sign with his hands. A student watches in shock, realizing that a commoner has just defeated a noble. As Feet celebrates his victory, someone in the audience reacts angrily, stomping their foot in frustration. Elsewhere in the academy, a student remarks that he came to see Rebecca, the girl who got ranked in her very first year, but is shocked that she lost to a commoner who doesn't even use a sword. It's revealed that the student is Wolf Fangman, a second year in class, a ranked 5th place. He remarks that if Rebecca is only ranked 10th, it makes them all look bad. The student is introduced as Lily Icevale, a second year in class, a ranked 4th place. Wolf Fangman makes a casual remark, while Lily Icevale keeps reading quietly. Lily Icevale asks if that commoner could be beaten. Lily Icevale shuts her book and states that of course, she could defeat Feet. Lily Icevale admits Feet's physical ability is impressive, but notes that if that's his only weapon, it won't be enough. Lily Icevale confidently declares that there's no way she would lose. Lily Icevale speaks like a true ranked 4, then asks Wolf Fangman what he thinks. Wolf Fangman replies that there's no way he would win it. Wolf Fangman declares with shows up cheerful, greeting him back, and calls them out on it. Rebecca, still embarrassed, greets Feet with a good morning, catching him by surprise. Feet gets excited by Rebecca's greeting and responds to her with full enthusiasm. Feet mentions that everyone has been avoiding him, saying it feels lonely, while some classmates complain he's too loud this early. Rebecca looks directly at Feet, making it clear that she understands the situation. Rebecca shoves a classmate aside forcefully, recalling what happened yesterday. Rebecca glares at a classmate who bumped into her, while he nervously tries to excuse himself, saying he didn't see her there. The classmate reacts to being Rebecca and saying the loser is barking again. Some students laugh, admitting Feet tells Rebecca she's stronger than those classmates mocking her and should snap back at them just like she did with him. Rebecca admits she'd love to fight back, but says she's unarmed today, catching Feet off guard. A student looks on in shock, completely stunned by what just happened. Feet tries to apologize, but Rebecca shuts him down, saying there's no need. She admits it was just her own lack of experience. Rebecca surprises Feet by admitting that if anything, she should be the one thanking him. Rebecca looks at Feet and admits something crucial. He proved that bloodline doesn't define sword skill. Rebecca admits the fight made her realize just how arrogant she had been all along. Rebecca bows to Feet, formally apologizing.
One more task, Einherjar. Please, go help Beowulf.
What exactly are the Jotuns planning? What do they aim to accomplish with all? I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. I was searching for an Einherjar soul when I accidentally got myself into this mess. But I did learn something. The soul mentioned you, Einherjar. Fortunately, I was able to find the soul.
Apologizing for the way she treated him yesterday. Rebecca, still serious, vows that from now on she'll treat Feet with the respect he truly deserves. Feet brushes it off casually, saying there's no need for all that. The duel with Rebecca was an absolute blast. Feet grins, points at Rebecca, and says they should totally have another duel sometime. Rebecca and Feet seal the moment with a handshake, a clear sign of mutual respect. Rebecca asks Feet how he managed that barehand strike. Feet shrugs it off, saying it was easy. Feet says it might be faster to just show Rebecca instead of explaining. Feet shows off his technique, striking the training targets with his bare hands and smashing them apart with raw power. Rebecca looks at the impact and admits that Feet's power is still unbelievable. Feet starts explaining the trick, asking Rebecca if she can channel energy through her blade, and she answers yes. Rebecca explains that sword energy is a sword degree stronger and more durable, applied to anything else as well. Feet sword energy can enhance a blade, then it can be applied to anything else as well. Feet puts his idea into action, unleashing the energy in a powerful strike to demonstrate his technique. Feet points at Rebecca and tells her it's her turn, but she immediately protests, saying she can't possibly do that. Rebecca is shocked, admitting she's never even heard of channeling sword energy into the body. Feet just shrugs it off, wondering why people don't use it since it's insanely useful. Rebecca says it might be handy if someone ever lost their sword, but she still doubts the idea. Feet answers casually, saying a hand strike is basically a blade. The same principle applies. Feet keeps going, telling Rebecca to pay attention because he's about to reveal the next part of his technique. Feet explains his trick. By channeling energy through his whole body, his skin hardens, turning as tough as armor. Rebecca realizes in shock. With that technique, there are no gaps, no weak spots at all. Feet tells Rebecca to start by channeling the energy into her arm, picturing it as a blade. Even a bit unsure, she nods and does hard. The strain is overwhelming, and her whole body starts shaking under the intensity. Rebecca collapses from exhaustion, nearly losing control, but Feet dodges at the last second, laughing it off. Rebecca, frustrated and out of breath, glares at Feet, wondering how he could possibly call that close. Rebecca realizes that even with just a small flow of energy, her body can't handle it. Her bones are already straining. It's explained that sword energy was meant to be channeled into blades. Feet encourages Rebecca. He managed to flow sword energy through his entire body. Feet encourages Rebecca, saying, everything's tough at first, but with training, she'll get it. After all, she's Rebecca. Out of nowhere, the atmosphere shifts. A top-ranked student charges in, striking Feet with overwhelming force and cutting the training with Rebecca short. Feet manages to block the sudden strike. His opponent grins wickedly, impressed to learn how to hide his energy. The ambush attacker finally shows his face. The fight. Taunts her, tells her to show respect to her, blocks Wolfangman's strike. Rebecca's reflexes, while Feet watches it's clear. Narrows his eyes, surprised to know what. Feet steps in, reminding us of striking someone defenseless. Wolf sneers and says he went, saying weaklings piss him off just by existing. He sneers that trash needs to be taken out and whatever a rank 5 close. Feet looks straight. saying he's just here to mess around and have some fun that way. Feet and Rebecca are left in benevolent skill and looks at Feet. Feminine, she despises until his rival leans Feet one in with her, blushing as she whispers that no one clearly embarrassed. Rebecca lowers her gaze without insulting her non-stop. Rebecca clarifies that this time was different. Her friend was about to get hurt. Of course she'd get mad now. Rebecca, flustered, hides her face with her hand and insists it's nothing, clearly embarrassed. Rebecca lowers her gaze, blushing as she whispers that no one has ever called her a friend before. The little mascot jumps up with excitement, celebrating like it totally gets what's going on. The mascot jumps right onto Rebecca's head, acting like he's claiming friendship too, while she's caught completely off guard. Rebecca lets out an awkward laugh with the mascot still on her head, while Feet bursts out laughing at the sight. With the mascot still perched on her head, Reb truly meant to her. Feet and asks if Feet wants her to show him around town. Feet admits he doesn't know the city at all, and Reb caught off guard about doing that in public. Feet just looks confused, not really getting it was already it's convenient, bring him around and asks Feet to join her. Feet didn't hesitate. He immediately and turned. Her opponent kept mocking her, striking her while the girl in humiliation, breaking the tension. He asked if he could join in. The bullies were caught off guard by him, the commoner who made it into Class A. Feet stared them down with a confident grin. If they were looking for a fight, he was more than ready to take them on. The rivals smirked, clearly intrigued. Things had just gotten a lot more interesting. The opponents whispered to each other, thinking that if they beat him up, they might actually earn a spot in Class A. With swift movements, he dodged the strike and countered sharply, leaving his opponents with no chance to react. With one move, he unleashed a wave of energy that blasted his opponents back with ease, showing just how massive the power gap really was. Enraged by the humiliation, one of the enemies charged at him, shouting in anger. Feet dodges fast and counters with power, catching his opponent off guard mid-swing. The enemy's strike fails, and Feet takes him down with ease, asking if that's all he's got. Furious and humiliated, the enemy retreats with nothing better to do. Rebecca explains they're the second best in their grade, clearly trying to avoid any tension. Feet is shocked to learn class without hesitation that Nico reveals that ever since that duel, she's looked up to Feet. Bit embarrassed, admits that she is. Nico admits that the nobles don't like her. Rebecca closes body seems really flexible, catching Rebecca's shock and confusion. Feets comments out that Nico's body seems really flexible, catching Rebecca off in confusion. Nico is shocked, realizing that even after being pummeled, Rebecca doesn't look hurt at all. Nico realizes that every strike aimed out realizes it was all Nico, saying there are plenty of gifted commoners. Commoners start standing out, brushes it off, saying Feet points straight at Nico and asks if she's interested in the selection battle. Casually, Nico admits she's interested, but feels too weak. Feet immediately tells her to just train, feels like everything's moving way too fast. Rebecca confidently confirms that she'll be joining the battle to prove her strength. After just one loss, everyone is already treating Rebecca like that's all that defiant. The nobles' faces will be priceless. Rebecca warns that this plan is basically declaring war on noble society, while Nico nervously agrees, saying Rebecca's right. Nico admits that Feet and Rebecca might be fine, but someone like her straight up, if she thinks she'll get crushed, then the only answer, if she doesn't want in, she can just say no. But she hesitates. Feet looks straight at Nico and tells her if even a part of her wants to get stronger, proudly called it his dream if things and feel she has to push forward alone, but pain that she truly becomes strong, it will answer. Those words spark even more confidence inside her. With a confident look, Feet tells Nico straight, she can definitely become stronger. To both of them, and makes it clear, Nico and Rebecca are part of this journey too. Feet raises his fist high, and declares that together, they're gonna flip the academy upside down and shock everyone. As they walked through the street, some only snapped and A shady or their favorite kind of prey. His wound in disbelief ended them if he wanted. The hooded figures walk away a turn figures all his, treating it like some kind of actor, making it clear she's their target. The next part, and most importantly, subscribe and turn on notifications so you're
Forgive me. I was wrong about you. It was my own eyes that were tainted. It must have been Levin.
this way. way.